Hello everyone. Welcome, welcome. Happy long weekend. It is MS-DOS Monday, and today, because it's a long weekend, I thought we'd do something a bit more chill. Start the stream early. Just listen to some of these royalty-free audio tracks and tinker around with some QBasic, which is something I got heavily into back in the 90s. Was not the first programming language I'd ever experienced. That would be BBC Basic, but was certainly formative. And yeah, we've got the Poppy cam up, which is good. It's really the only appeal of this stream. You'll notice the background here. Yeah. My ultimate ambition for this is, I'm wondering, you know, like, how hard would it be? This noodling, thought noodling around in my head for a while. How hard would it be to add a bit of networking or whatever to GORILLAS.BAS such that we can control it from outside of DOSBox? And if we can control it from outside of DOSBox, I could update my Twitch bot, send it commands. Oh, I've got a good view of Poppy here. Update the Twitch bot, send it commands, and we could have a little sort of Twitch plays Gorillas thing going on. I think that would be cool. And if I got it running, that would be basically free entertainment for everyone. Just leave it running 24/7, except I guess I wouldn't be able to play games. So yeah, we've got Poppy on my lap here, which will make the programming side of things a little more complicated. Yes, it will. The keyboard's over here, and but she's a cutie, and we can't ignore her if she wants to sit on my lap. So yeah, let's start up QBasic. I've already made a separate directory and made a copy of GORILLAS.BAS. My original copy, I'll have you know, these old QBasic programs are one of the few things I managed to carry over from my original DOS and Windows environments. So this isn't one I've just like downloaded from archive.org. This is my copy. And we're not capturing. Why are we not capturing? Okay. I think it's because it does it based on window title, and the DOSBox window title will change around a bit. Like in this case, we're running at 3,000 cycles. I think most of the games I've set up on here running at a little more than that. I don't want this over the top. Yeah, that's not bad. Only a little bit of text will be obscured. So yeah, let's press enter to see the survival guide, because QBasic actually came with a pretty awesome help system, which was essential for the day because, you know, no internet. We've got things like keywords by programming task, and on any one of these I can, like, you know, the screen function, for example, I can push F1 and it takes me to the definition for the screen function. This is what I had to learn QBasic, plus a rough understanding of BASIC in general from the BBC programming. I spent a lot of time poking through this thing and just learning about different functions you could call and playing around with them. Right. We could load up, I guess, Gorillas. And I want to load up the temporary copy I've made specifically for us. GORILLAS.BAS. Limited to those 8.1 character names, 8.3 character names. QBasic Gorillas. This is copyright, so I'm not going to be distributing my modified copy if I do set it up. Just a little cagey. I mean, sure, it's all over the internet, but I don't know. They might object to me putting it in GitHub somewhere. But what we could do is, you know, if people are super interested and this thing is amazing and which plays Gorillas is fantastic and becomes the next big Twitch meta, passing hot tub streams, I could set up like an easy way to do a diff, you know, and just patch your own version of Gorillas to add the networking support. Controlling it from Twitch though, that's another thing. Like, my Twitch bot is open, but it's very janky and specialized for all the weird stuff I want to do. Like, I'd probably want to cut it down and make something that just does the Twitch integration. So yeah, Shift F5 to run. Game of player 1. Let's just go. Cool. Let's just place it 1 point. Ah, interesting. When it went into the main Gorillas game, we've changed screen modes, and that of course has changed the aspect ratio of the DOSBox window. Looks like I'm still capturing it, it's just it's not as tall. That's fine. Yeah, so it's a pretty simple game if you haven't seen this before. You put in an angle, and valid angles seem to be between 0 and 90. You're always aiming it towards your opponent. So let's put 45-degree angle. And velocity, you do want some sort of velocity, because you throw it from the... I discovered you throw it from the arm that's away from your opponent. So if you put in a negative angle or velocity that's too small, you will hit yourself with your own banana. So let's say 50. And the explosion radius is also randomized. Poppy could also do the same. And there's a wind speed you can see at the bottom of the screen, that little red arrow. So it's not always going to be a case of it's like just symmetric with regards to how you want to do the angle. Still, that was a good shot. Let's see, I want to go 60, no, 80. $60-80 was really good. What's your move, Poppy? 45. 50. Oh, Poppy. Wow. MVP. Change modes again. So that's the game. So we want to obviously hook into that function that gets the input from the player. And I had a look at that earlier. QBasic had this lovely menu of like browsing through your functions. Get inputs, I think it is. No, this is at the beginning of the game. We want get num. It's valid numeric input from the user. Do while not done. Oh, here we are, yeah. Function get num. Row and column. And it basically just loops, and it's an odd way of getting keyboard input. It'll concatenate. How do I select text in this thing? Shift? Yeah. It concatenates any digits you type onto this result string. It lets you type decimal points, which is interesting. I've never needed that level of precision with playing this. Character code 13 is, of course, as everyone knows, enter. That'll finish the termination, like it'll mark us as done with getting input. 8 is, of course, backspace. So it lets you backspace by doing this amazing left string function of the result string and the length of the result string -1. Basic can get pretty verbose. Simple string manipulation. And then there's this else function, or else case here, that is where I'm most interested in. This is just like the user hasn't typed anything. And I think the in-key function just returns the empty string if the user hasn't typed anything, since you last ran in-key. And so this is saying if the length of the string we got is more than 0, if we got something, it's not handled by those other cases, so it's invalid. You can't type in letters. Beeps. Otherwise, it just keeps spinning. And that's where I want to insert some sort of networking code to read the characters from, actually not networking, because we're in DOS, we don't have TCP/IP stack. What we do have is virtual serial ports. And I saw some documentation for this earlier, we'll have to go through that. DOSBox lets you set up a serial port as a network socket. So I think the first thing we got to do, and I'm talking through this with Poppy because she's my rubber duck debugging pair programming partner. Oh, and you can't even see Poppy if I've got my hands near the keyboard. There we go. Yeah, so that's my attempt. Like, I'm gonna see what I can do first, just to get some QBasic code sending stuff to the serial console, which will then go through to my host operating system. And what I might do is steal this function. And use it as the basis of a bit of a test code. So F new. See? Did I actually copy that text? I didn't. No matter. We'll need to change it for reading and writing to the console anyway. So, starting is always the most difficult bit. There was a keyword I know. Let's save this. I don't want to save it in the QBasic directory. I've set up a special Twitch directory. Twitch test BAS. So there's OpenCom, right? This isn't what I was looking for. And I keep trying to use the scroll wheel. Nope, no scroll wheel for us. There we are. OpenCom is what we want for serial port stuff. Opens and initialize communication channel. So we want to do something like OpenCom1 and then your standard sort of modem strings, or something as another thing. I don't think we need that option. So maybe we'll do something to start with that just echoes stuff to the screen if we send it stuff over the serial port. And I can then look up the DOSBox manual for how to do that. Probably use ncat or something. Ask and bin, like one of these will be the default, and I'm hoping it will be ASCII. Maybe we will have to put that in explicitly. I think you actually need to shout as well when you're doing the keywords. OpenCom, com1. Still trying to use the scroll wheel. Expected expression. Yeah, that's cool. I'm looking up the documentation. Okay, it's not OpenCom, it's open quotes com stuff. Cool. And oplist 1 is board parity data stop. We'll just use good old 9800 8 and assuming 8 and 1 will do it. Yeah, yes, QBasic. Thank you for syntax checking every time I move out of the window. That's really helpful. Parity is... Oh wait, no, it's not in that usual data parity stop bits. It's all weird and inverted. Parity first, then data bits 8, stop bits 1. This is going to get old real fast. I mean, the help is nice, Like, it's sort of context sensitive and is like telling you what kind of keywords it was kind of looking for, but I don't see why it has to syntax check every time I tab out of the window. Let's put something in. For, what do you reckon, random? It's probably random. As file handle number 1. Gareth, how you doing? Your computer declined to implode. Well, that's good, right? This looks complicated. Yeah, I am starting to grasp the depth of complexity I've gotten myself into with this silly little idea of mine. Like, sure, hook up GORILLAS.BAS to Twitch. That would be easy, right? There's got to be a way to smuggle data in and out of DOSBox. Bold. Yeah. I'm hoping that, like, most of this is completely unnecessary because DOSBox will just be handling whatever it tries to connect with. But the metaphor that QBasic's got to use is serial console stuff. It might want ASC there as well to make sure it's ASCII. Input, output, or random. Hey, I guessed right. The default. See open statement file modes. Alright. Example, cool. Then what do I do? Do I print to it? Do I read from it? I think I want to read from it, right? Do we do that? There was that in-key function, but I think that might be specific to keyboards. Yeah, reads a character from the keyboard. Null string if there's no character return. Blah, blah, blah. Keyboard scan code. So that's not what we want. They're like input. Yeah, input string. Inster. Wonder what the difference between those is. So input, that'll get it from a file handle, I guess. So that's what we could use. The number of characters to read. I want all of them though. Line input. That sounds good. Input reads input from the keyboard or file. Line input reads a line of up to 255 characters from the keyboard or file. Line input something prompt variable. Line input file number variables. Right. Now it says like prompt. So you can have a prompt string written to there and then it lets you input stuff. Would that work over the serial console as well? That would be pretty sweet if it did. So what do we want to say? Can't type with cat on lap. Line string is, I don't think you have to declare variables here, you're just gonna start using them. And then we want to do while lines exit. Not sure if that'll work because you've got to take into account like new lines and things. Line input prompt. Just use that, I guess. Line dollar. And then I guess I want to echo it back to the screen. Let's say print, just so we know we've got code that's actually running and not staring at a black screen. Line input, blah, lines, print. Is that how you spell received? I think that's it. Read plus line. Do while, I think it's do loop. Oh, and line input, right? So we've got to have a. Oh, hang on. Looking at the documentation, the only two forms of this that take a file handle don't let you do a prompt, so that sucks. We could probably do it ourselves with like print file handle 1. No idea if there's a comma involved. We'll look that up in a second. That. And basic is fun here. Hey, Poppy, where are you going? Come on, I need you to be the star of the show here. Hey. Take the camera away from my crotch. You want to look out the window for a bit? You can look out the window. Maybe she'll pick a spot to settle down in. So yeah, print to the file handle. Expected, comma. Oh, thank you very much. Like, as soon as I moved off that line, it's correcting my syntax for me with a big old pop-up. Line input. Funny it didn't correct this one, but 1, comma, line. Received line. Alright. Oh, F, S. Because I don't think Control S is actually a thing for this editor. So we've got this program. Let me just double check the syntax for this one. Print, file number, comma. Okay, cool. I really do love that just ability to push F1 and get immediate documentation though. Better than VS Code. So, we've got a program, we can run it, it won't do anything, but we can run it. Bad file name. What do you mean bad file name? Open file, for mode. This is not the same. So is it opencom like that? Expected expression. Welcome to Programming Stream, everyone, where you poke it until it works. All you aspiring programmers out there who want to become React and Node.js devs to earn that enormous paycheck. Yeah, COM1 should be on emulated hardware, Gareth. It should at least exist, even if I haven't started DOSBox up with the thing yet. OpenCom? Yeah, it's just open. Com in optlist 1, optlist 2. Well, let's make sure I'm saved. And then check out the DOSBox stuff. You can't see because I'm only showing the DOSBox window. Am I going to have something connected in the host OS to COM1? Is it serial? Yeah, the idea is that DOSBox will actually expose it as a network socket on my end. So I can connect it to my Twitch chatbot here. And then people will be able to control it. But I'm tackling the tricky retro part first. Just getting that connection going. Where's my browser? DOSBox. DOSBox serial. So I think this is something I put in the actual DOSBox conf file. Serial X equals, show this, main screen? Yeah, serial X equals device. So go serial 1 equals net, maybe? I know I found more documentation than this somewhere when I was having a look at the idea, seeing if it was feasible. Let's... Oh yeah, right. I mean, I guess you had like big printed manuals for things, right? Like you bought some software and it would come with a honking great big book. I know that I owe a lot of my programming career to the fact that the BBC Micro came with this wonderful ring-bound manual that not only taught you how to operate the machine, but also taught you BASIC. And QBasic, obviously, it's got this awesome online help. But yeah, back in the day, you kind of just had to know, okay, I poke this register and call this syscall and you'll get this function run. And that's before you even get into the whole complexity of like old computers' memory models, where you've got DOS, conventional memory, and then high memory and extended memory, or... Oh, yeah. Like, each game had to have its own little memory manager program with it. Alright, what we're going to do is we're going to close F(x) and edit the and we will add this documentation doesn't specify, hang on. This documentation doesn't specify like where in the config section it should go in. A little annoying. Oh, there's a serial section. Oh, this documentation's a little better. Boop, boop, boop. Oh, it's like literally the same wiki page I landed on before, but inserted in line into a different document. Cool. Well, let's just try it and we'll see if it works. Let's chuck in a few serial ports in here. Serial 2 is... I guess port? There's got to be better docs for this. This might have been the one I was looking at. Yeah, see, you can put all sorts of weird stuff in there. If this doesn't work, I do have an alternate plan. What I could do is get the game to write files to disk, and there's a key combination Control F4, I think, to synchronize the DOSBox disk with the host. So I can smuggle data out of the DOSBox sandbox that way. Everyone's interested in like real serial ports so they can get their old BBS software or something running. Modem feature? Serial 1 null modem. Okay, so this looks like there's a DOS command for it in DOSBox. Connect to a server. I don't know. Let's just try this first and see if it complains that the config is written wrong. Is there an actual serial 1 command? Oh, interesting. And it says it's a dummy too, which is not what we configured it for just now. Amazing software that you have to go onto forums to find people who know how to run it. 01 null modem port 5000 looks kind of what we want. Yeah, right? Oh, right, backslashes for file separators. So this shouldn't complain this time because we've definitely got null modem server waiting for connection on port 5000. Okay, cool, cool. Can I tell it localhost 5000? Bad file name. I wonder why that is. But at least we can configure it from within DOSBox. We don't have to keep quitting and changing the config file. The fact that it was set to dummy before suggests it should at least be able to open it. So my problem is with the QBasic syntax. I have an old bit of QBasic program that I apparently wrote and then had no recollection of doing so. What was it called? Terminal? GORILLAS.BAS, sure. Yeah, so it had some sort of, like it was my attempt at doing some sort of null modem connection between two computers back in the QBasic era. Let's pull this up, man. So we can maybe look to this for inspiration. There you go, text adventure thing for serial cable. Awesome. And I just need to find out where we do this serial stuff. Here we go. And you're even constructing the string for the connection things. Open com with the number on it. 2400 N81. Oh, okay, you gotta have commas even between the other options. Let's just grab those. No idea what most of those mean, but I probably got them through trial and error. I think some of those are just turning off error handling, which is probably what we want since it's not a real modem. Now it's not Control-C, is it? What was it for copy and paste? It was like... Here we go. Copy is Control and Insert. There you go. Shift Del I remember, and Shift Insert for paste, but Control Insert. Wow. Good thing I still have an insert key on this keyboard. Or random as 1. Alright. Alt FO for open. Back to stuff. Test program. Or random as 1. Yeah. Run. Bad file name. Why? The space. Is it complaining about test bus? Or it seems to be complaining about the open command. Like, if I put in some other junk, like input, and try and run this, it complains there, like same sort of deal. See, this is the problem with doing a live coding stream. Hello, kitty. If I run into a wall, where ordinarily one would take a break, do something else, scream into the void. Yeah, live Googling stream. Luckily, Poppy is back on the table, so do you want to be on stream again, Poppy? What is my app? People love to watch a cat stream. Stream with incidental coding. Also when you're doing obscure shit like this. Yes. Yes, what I'm doing is very obscure. You're not making it easy to reach the keyboard, are you? Okay, to the Googles. QBasic open serial board. We have a tactical advantage here that I did not have in the 1990s. Other people have posted this sort of shit, and yeah, there's even Stack Overflow. Check it out. Stack Overflow opening a COM port in QBasic on Windows 7. That looks to be pretty much the same string that we've got. Bad file name, yep. QBasic only supports COM1 and COM2, not helpful person, because that's what I'm using. Is COM4 one of the available serial ports? Looking control panel. I don't have a control panel. Yeah. Have a seat. Ah, cats. Oh, you're gonna sit there, are you? Oh, it's because she's found her toy. That out the way for us. There we go. You've got your spinny toy. Yeah? Do you want to give it a spin? This is now a playing with cat stream. I don't think Twitch has a special category for that, but it should. Hey, no biting it. You'll hurt your teeth. So yeah, I'm saying FreeBasic, open com1, blah 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 as one. But that's not the syntax we had in our thing. So maybe the documentation or syntax for it is a little bit inaccurate. Does seem to be no spaces though, which we already tried. Oh, you know what it could be? I've got 9800 board here, but of course, as everyone knows, one of the standard board rates is 9600. Now where are you going? Down there. Look out the window. Well, it would be very helpful, Poppy, if you could just make your mind up and settle. Yeah? Let's try this. Started, and it's waiting. It's running. Awesome. Now to get out of this, I have to do control break, which is a key that I totally have on my keyboard under a function layer. Progress. We got a black screen for a little bit. That is definite progress. Yeah, Poppy, don't show my millions of viewers your butthole, please. So let's see. restart, continue. There's no actual just like stop. Although honestly, like having this environment, just being able to break out of it at any point is really cool. Do I have to close these COM ports as well? Like if I run the program again, is it going to complain? It's fine. Oh, and you know what? We actually got a little bit of data coming through on the old telnet there. It was a bit weird. Let's run telnet again. And run this. Yep, I got a... You can't really see it on the capture there. Let's go back to the QBasic capture. If I type in hello world, received hello world. Alrighty then. That came in on a different line. Wonder what that's doing. You are seeing me type. I guess it's picking up on like a what is it? New line? A carriage return new line or something like that? The line input command that we've got is only pulling in the text, but then there's still an enter in the buffer. Well, that's interesting. When I push enter by itself, that does nothing. Hello? Enter. So yeah, it's keeping the previous enter characters up until it receives a word with an enter after it. That's weird. Where's my character? But this is good. This is progress. This is a lot of progress, because it means we could start to hook this up almost immediately. We might even be done with the QBasic part of it this stream. Control break. Oh, you know what I should have tried? I should have tried exit. But I'm guessing that this line here, where I've got while line is not equal to exit, is going to always be failing because I've got carriage return characters in the string. Let's open the GORILLAS.BAS one and go to that function we found earlier, getnum, and we'll copy it properly this time. And we'll paste it into our test.bas. Oh jeez. Yeah, thanks very much. Editor is actually fighting me a bit there. Wants to be smart about it and have each function on its own special page. What we can do is modify this to do our own thing. We'll call it a different name as well. Getnum Twitch. Yeah. And I'll make a version, I guess it would be nice if I could handle keyboard input and serial input as well. I wonder if that would be possible. It'll be a bit janky, but this is definitely the best place, I think, to inject our own code into the Gorillas program. I'll leave all the keyboard stuff there. We want go back to test.bas main. Yeah, there's all the other garbage stuff I pasted when it was thinking that I was pasting into a function. So we start it. Open the channel. We want to change this loop to something that's calling getNum. Can we do something like do while true? I think these hashes are indicating like double precision or something strange like that. I'll just go with it. Is that even how it's called? We've got getNum Twitch here. getNum Twitch, row column it was, I think. So just like 1, 1, that's fine. And we can just exit, I think. Oh, that's right. How do I break out of this? There was something, wasn't there? F1. Oh, okay. F1. Yeah, I guess I could just change it to do this. It can just be do num loop until num equals 0. Single equals character for comparisons. Terrifies me these days. Like, they didn't know, but yeah, same character for assignment and comparison. Turned out to be not such a good idea. Okay, so this won't be doing any serial port stuff, but it will be doing a fragment of the QBasic Gorillas stuff. 100. Okay, 0. 0, 0, 0. 0. 0, 0. 0, 0, 0. I would have thought that the code would work just kind of fine as it is. And you can see it occasionally resets and sends me back there with a bit of the text blurred out. How do I break? If length keyboards is 0, then beep and select. Locate curves 95. I mean, this should be working, right? Oh, right. You're assigning to this value called getNum at the end of the function, but I've renamed the function, so you have to assign to the value getNum Twitch. Is that it? That's it. Shift F5. 100. 0. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. 0. Won't let me out. How does one QBasic? What have I messed up here? Do while not done. One thing I thought we could do to test if it's actually looping is here. I mean, we could just do like 95 plus R&D. Okay, yeah, let's look it up. R&D N. Oh, is this one of those random number generators that's always just going to give you a single precision number between 0 and 1? Right. So you've got to do like that. That's fine. Two will do. Actually, shouldn't it be printing... What's character 95 anyway? ASCII character codes. And I'm assuming that's... Oh yeah, okay, it's doing an underscore character for like simulating the... what's it? Let's go 19 or 20 for the thing I want to do. Indicate like there's a prompt. Why not just use the underscore character, like here? Bam! Right, yes, not that. Shift insert for paste. Even the paste behaves strangely, like it doesn't leave my character at the end of what I pasted, it's leaving it at the start. So this will tell us at least if we've got some sort of action going on, if this loop is actually running, maybe? Does underscore have some reserved meaning? I mean, I don't think so. I think they were just being weird when they wrote that string formatting thing there. Guess we'll see. Yeah, right. So we've got a little flashing prompt at the top left there. And I can type a 0, push enter, and it doesn't really do anything, and it retains memory of what I typed before. Oh, maybe you don't suppose GORILLAS.BAS itself was preventing people from entering zeros, do you? Case period if 13, if value of the result is more than 3,600. Locate, recall, maybe maybe to simplify this, we go back to our main program and just say like we're not going to loop, we're just going to get one number and exit. One. Still going. Like if I put in a very big number, it... Oh, that's probably that 3600 stuff, right? 3600. 3601. Yeah, okay, so if I'm putting a number that's too big in, it resets the thing. But it's not accepting the number when I've given it. So we should be getting, yeah, character 13 for enter. else done equals true. Oh, I saw this in GORILLAS.BAS. They'd set up some constants for true and false, but I don't think true and false are actually constants like in QBasic itself. So this will work if you paste it into GORILLAS.BAS, but it won't work if we're not in there. And for some reason it's not a syntax error. Yeah, let's have a look at Gorillas and emulate it a bit in our own code. There you go. Right, proper C sort of code here. Const true is -1 and const false is not true. That's it. Okay, declare function true, false. This should work. 100. It accepted the number, any key to continue. That's great. So, yeah, actually, now that you pointed out, Gareth, why on earth is true -1? I mean, I guess in our code we can define it to be whatever the hell we want, but wow. This is, yeah, this is something special. So back in Getnum Twitch. I want to be able to read characters from the keyboard, so I can play locally anyway. But also, let's just ditch this value check. Like, I can do validation on the bot side of things. And I do kind of want to be able to put in command words like exit or restart. Oh, but this always... No, it's fine. We'll do messy global shit if we want to inject commands like resetting the game. That can come later. For now, we want to be able to read from the network socket as well as from the keyboard. So we're switching on the keyboard input, and if there's nothing from the keyboard, we're going to this area, which is, yeah, this is doing the illegal characters thing, which I don't particularly care about. And I want to go back to the help index input, because when we were looking at the line input stuff, there was actually, come on, oh, I remember now. Instir is like middle of string. Oh, it's searching for a string inside another string. Amazing. Not what I wanted. I want input. Keyboard or a file. So we want, I guess, input from file number 1, variable list. Wait, does this actually... This will be blocking, won't it? I don't want it to be blocking. Doing this non-blocking might be a little more complicated. I mean, yeah, it is blocking, but that's like with the with the while Inky is not empty there, or keyboard is Inky here, if I'm not holding down a character at the moment, it'll just return an empty string. So I kind of want something equivalent for the network. Don't know how I managed to kill my help there. The thing is, the Inky thing only reads from the keyboard. And input is like reading a record. It's, you know, waiting for a carriage return character, which is why we were getting some weirdness when we were feeding it values from Telnet there. There's input string as well, though. Ah, here we go. This one will just read like a single byte if we ask it to. Print input $31. So what we could do is, it's assigning to this keyboard variable anyway. Oh, but then I want it to handle it the same way. So you could basically say, if keyboard string is the empty string, then end if. We can say if we fail to get keyboard input, we'll actually just try and read it from the network, which would be keyboard dollar equals input dollar $1 from file number 1. Oh, and I'm fairly sure that will actually still block. Let me go back to test.bas. We can bring the loop back. Print you entered. So, right, yeah, it's failed to read from the keyboard, so it's waiting on a byte from the network. And move this down. One. You entered 0. Try that again. 1. Entered 1. 2. 12. Cool. I mean, it's getting the numbers that I want. I just kind of, yeah, like maybe always have something ready for COM1. Yeah, I was thinking if I wanted to make sure that there's always some data there, I could send it from the bot side of things, just like a keep alive packet kind of thing. Yes, I mean, I guess like having keyboard input work alongside the network input isn't not, if it doesn't work, it's not a deal breaker. Let's see. If I do 0, it should exit, right? Yeah. And what we can do is we can improve this a little bit by doing CLS to clear the screen. Get num twitch one, I can just go print 0. I think if I do something here, like this is 13, we can do something like if keyboard dollar equals exit, then, and if I assume exit will exit the main program. Expected def or function or sub or do or for. What does exit do then? Oh, that's for exiting loops. That's the equivalent of break. Cool, cool, good to know. What's like quitting the program though? Is it quit? There is no Q section, it seems. Well, I mean, we could just set a variable or something to do program control flow. See if anything jumps out at me. Actually, I saw it in the GORILLAS.BAS program. You can just go to 0 and it will start the program again. Good old go-to. Which back in the day, I used to pronounce Gotto, by the way, to rhyme with grotto. Made sense to me at the time. And it's not as if you had LinkedIn Learning QBasic courses to correct your pronunciation on anything. I wonder if there isn't a LinkedIn Learning for basic somewhere, or a plural site. If not, maybe I should make one. I could upload this video verbatim and rake in the monies. When did I start programming? Well, I remember that my parents got me a BBC Micro Model B, which I was insanely grateful for. And it would have been around, I think, 1992, 1993? Yeah, maybe 92. So, like, 28 years ago? And I loved it because it came with the guidebook that had, like, you know, here's the repeat keyword to do loops. And then as part of that manual, it was just like, oh, and here's a short example program that uses loops to do a fun thing on the screen. So you could start by typing those in. And then just build up confidence to make other cool programs just by finding a keyword you wanted to play around with. I even had a little notebook, which, yeah, is long gone now. And when we went on, like, family holiday or whatever, I would just keep sort of, you know, writing out little programs I wanted to try when I got back home. Pencil and paper, line numbers and everything, just, it would be difficult to debug once you got back home, but it was, yeah, it was my thing. You had a VTech thing that was 2-line display and you could program with BASIC. Neat! I did have a VTech thing. It was called the Socrates. It was very sort of edutainment kind of console if you want to try and keep your kids on the straight and narrow and not do all of those fun games like Mario, it's like, oh yeah, this is a game that teaches you spelling. I've later learned out that that was powered by a Z80 processor. So basically, you know, like a Spectrum cousin to the BBC. And it came with this keyboard, which is a wireless keyboard, pretty impressive, except it was using infrared. And the keys were those horrible squishy things that, like, you had to put a lot of pressure on. It must have been really easy to clean, which of course you want, like a product for kids, you want it to be easy to wipe down and get all of the grunge off of it. But yeah, not a very fun keyboard to use. And it only came with like 8 programs. I wouldn't call them games. Which is cartridge based. Yeah, it was an interesting little thing, but it was the BBC that actually got me properly into programming. And later I got a Nintendo and had proper fun 8-bit games to play. Where were we? So that's the backspace one. This is the enter one. If it's exit, then try to exit, but we can't do that. So we could go to exit program, maybe? And we could have a, I think it's done with label exit program here. Let me have a look. Okay, that's not pulling up a help for us. If we go back to here, we can look up the help for goto. I know it's probably go sub, right? No, because it's not. Sub is when you're returning from it. The mandatory, like, of this era. Don't use goto. Do loop, select case, if then else sub and function provide better ways to control the flow of your program. Yeah, except when I want to just leave. The label or number. It doesn't tell me how to define labels. Example? That's using numbers. Oh, handler colon. Okay, so it's just a on error goto handler. Cool. We can fix that up. Go to exit program. Exit program. Rent by. So I reckon if we run this, label not defined. That's weird. I just defined it. Does it have to be defined before I run the function? Because that's a bit mean if so. This is supposed to be the label at the end of the program. Exit program. I mean, I guess we could just go like line number 999 is this thing. Go to 999. Label not defined. Well, that's a nuisance. Maybe it's like scoped to the function, which is madness if you ask me. Okay, you know what? We'll do this. We'll just return 0, which I believe is done by assigning to this value, and then maybe exit loop. Control to. In fact, we can return like -1, which the user can't normally type. Exit loop. Alt 2. Forget these labels. Loop until num is, I guess, less than or equal to 0. It's better to rephrase it like this, right? I mean, yes, we're doing QBasic programming, but we can still do best practices. Make a positive assertion that the number is above 0 while we're doing this. Expect a def or function or do. Okay, fine. Exit the do. Well, actually, you can do exit function? Sure, let's exit function. Alright, so we can't enter with the keyboard at the moment, but we can enter the word exit. You entered 0. That's not what I entered, though. That might have just worked coincidentally because it's passing exit as 0. I do... do want to solve for... Sorry, staring session. I don't know about you, but I find it's very difficult to do programming and talk at the same time. It's like same area of your brain. Someone walks up to my desk and I'm in the middle of it. There's a visible pause while I'm like, but wait, okay, now I can talk to you in the human common tongue. Okay, so whatever. I want to exit do instead. Maybe that'll write it on the screen. But what else do I want here? We've got some network connectivity, which is great. I'm able to enter those numbers. Nice. I want to print something to the... Yeah, let's forget about... Maybe I'll do a little tiny bit of research because it would be nice to get it working the way I thought it was going to do. Let's search for non-blocking file read in QBasic, and I'm sure someone has come up with this, right? Well, no, that's some Arduino advice about non-blocking reads. I guess I could set it up with like an interrupt dealy, right? I mean, that would get into some really custom QBasic code. Like, we've got this error handling example right here, right? There's got to be a way we can sort of generate an interrupt to say, like, yeah, like set timeout in Node, except not really with Node's event loop, but actual some background timer. T timer function. Use timer to time programs or parts of programs, or with the randomize statement to see the rise. No. That's not what we want. There's on timer statement. That sounds good. Timer enables, disables, or suspends timer event trapping. Event trapping is an on timer branches to a subroutine whenever a specified number of seconds has elapsed. That could be what we want. But this might be more of a stretch goal, you know, like maybe I'll I'll get something basic, lol, basic working for the MVP. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Gareth. Like, basically set this up as a way to break out of that read. So this will be like every second I can go to time update, which is this. It could then check for, I guess, keyboard stuff. It could do its own thing. And it returns to maybe checking for the network. I think I'm overthinking it. What we could do is forget the keyboard input. Keyboard is inputs. And I love how they used a single quote as a comment character. Like everything past the single quote key is comments. It's so different. Yeah, like languages these days have stagnated a bit in terms of inventive use of characters. Oh, thank you for the follow. See that? I actually set up follow alerts for once. I still haven't customized it, so you get the boring defaults, but getting there, I'm going to have all sorts of awesome stream elements things going. So let's see. We get the keyboard input from the actual socket. Most of this becomes kind of irrelevant because I think this will get us an entire string, which means it'll go to the else part of this, and it'll keep looping. Not done. Yeah, I'm not sure if this is actually going to work how we want it to, right? Let's go. Where's my terminal? So if I type in 123 here, you entered 123. So it does work. It's just I'm not sure why it's working. It's always a fun situation to be in when you're programming. 456. 789. So yeah, like it's working. It'll get us somewhere. Maybe we stick this into GORILLAS.BAS now. Yes. Control break to quit out of this. So control insert was copy, yay. Open. Loaded files not saved. Sure, yeah. So I think the easier way to get this function in there. Not bad, thank you, Revendal. Am I saying your name right? This is running in DOSBox. So the idea here is that I've got QBasic running in DOSBox on my Linux machine. It's exposing a virtual serial port as a network socket. And let me switch to this main screen. So then here you can see, if I bump the font size up a bit perhaps. I've just telnet to localhost here, and that's hitting up the serial port on QBasic. And the idea is I could then connect that to my Twitch bot, and we could play Twitch on stream. We could play Twitch plays GORILLAS.BAS on stream. It'll be so awesome. How did you find me, by the way, Ravindel? Do you follow me on Twitter or something like that? Or just stumble across this stream? I'm sure there was a way to like make a new function which didn't involve pasting accidentally into... Ah, here we go. New function. Get Twitch. Here we go. So we can just paste our alternate version. Oh, yeah. I mean, I've just got like the royalty-free, what's it called? Stream Beats by Harris Keller thing going here. I tried using game music for a little bit there, but then I got burned when I uploaded it to YouTube because some arsehole had done his own cover where he sang over the top of Ragnarok Online's version of White Christmas. Yeah, claimed it as his own. So okay, this is our getnum Twitch function. It should work mostly the same as the equivalent Gorillas version. Now I want to find where Gorillas calls its own getnum and substitute it for this. So Alt S, getnum. Yes, you found this one, very good. Declare function, cool. Let's yeah, same. My Twitch habits these days is mostly just the live music, which is pretty great. Don't go now, don't leave. Please don't leave. But yeah, like occasional Let's Plays, but even then I've only got it on like in the background for some ambience. Where is like, I've declared function getnum here, but where's my declare function getnum Twitch? Surely that should have been added here somewhere. Maybe I'll just write it in. Just making sure we've got it. Okay, so do shot. This is where they ask for the getnum, and we'll just substitute our own version. You can't deal with gamers, Gareth. But Gareth, you are a gamer. You're the gamiest gamer there is. It's the old getnum, we'll keep it in there. It's the getnum Twitch. Okay, so there was really just these two places in do shot that the game asks you for a number. Let's try it. Maybe you'll freeze. You can't deal with young people. Oh yeah, those young whippersnappers, get off my lawn. Game. You, me. Okay. Bad file name or number. Ah, right. Cool. We copied in our special function, but what we forgot to do is grab our serial port initialization code, which I think I'll just shove into the code somewhere. Copy. I think we can shove it in here. Wait, that's weird. Like, why does the indentation do this? Can't type. You know that thing where you can't type when someone's looking over your shoulder? Imagine how this is. Like, I don't know how people do these live coding streams, because everyone is looking over my virtual shoulder. You, but the correct answer is you. So you can see streaming is like your worst nightmare, so I don't know what understands. Yeah. YouTube's copyright system is messed up. There's a channel called Piano Keys. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy overzealous, Revindle. I mean, I get that you don't want people doing just rebroadcasts of music, because YouTube would then get in trouble over it, but yeah, like down to the covers, and like some of the streamers I follow, they don't want to do live learns anymore because they don't want to have even the chance of some of the music they're listening to learn the song go on their stream. It's like 3 strikes and you're out, you're done. Yeah, streaming, Gareth, I don't know, like I started this during lockdown as a way to socialize a bit, and it's not bad, it's nice. Like, I can do stuff I was going to do anyway, and maybe some of my friends can drop in and chat with me virtually in a COVID safe kind of way. Yeah, all the covers, like, how does that work? That's surely a cover is just fair use. People do those all the time anyway. So let's grab this console window, and we could maybe share my full screen. See there. There we go. So as proof, we can then go angle 60, velocity. You know, we're kind of in a hole here. I'm not sure this will work. 80? Hey, but we got the input going though. Enjoy your lunch, Ravindle. Thanks again for dropping by. Alright, player 2, same angle I guess. Velocity, draw 80, see what that goes. Yeah, it's kind of like the precursor to Worms, hey. It's got the destructible terrain. You can't move. I mean, Worms itself was based on a game called Scorched Earth, right? Where you had tanks shooting ordnance at each other. But between Scorched Earth and Gorillas, I'm not sure which came first. 60, 90. One of the advantages of doing this with Twitch chat, when I've got that working, is that you'll actually have the history of your angle and velocities in the chat. When I've been testing it like this just with myself, when it comes back to my turn, I can't remember what angle or velocity I put in. Was it 100? Was that good? I have no idea. I think we've got a pretty strong wind, yeah, going to the left. So that's something to account for. 60... yeah, 100 might do it. And I'll need a way for the Twitch bot to send like the player names over. That would be nice. So people can actually see on the stream who's versus each other. Whoa. Uh, 96-ish? It's like, yeah, between the QBasic games of yore, there's Gorillas and Nibbles. I figured Nibbles was not going to work controlling it from the stream. But Gorillas seems perfect. Yeah. Victory. Cool. We've actually made some progress. Imagine that. I seriously thought that maybe this would be a lot of staring at code and not really getting anywhere. But with this, we've got kind of the setup we need to hook into the program. I still want to figure out why the word exit wasn't coming through right. I need to be able to quit the program and restart it. The Twitch part should be easier. Maybe have 2 people registered to play and the bot alternates the user it's listening to. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Twitch part will be fine. Like, I've got the bot framework up here already. It does a few little things. Using Mojo's for its event loop, so it can take its time. Yeah, I want to get it to the point where I can control the QBasic side of things just by telnetting. And then I'll handle the rest of it later. We do that, I might as well do something like print 1 game start, so that my bot can pick up on it. And then I guess, yeah, there's the bits where we enter people's names. Maybe we want to skip through that somehow. If I play the game, we can break at any point. We'll need to skip through this screen as well. But yeah, let's break here and find out what the code is for that. Okay, so this is the get inputs sub. What we could do is up until gravity. Like, I don't care about customizing gravity. Games is val left games to. Oh, here we go. Input. So input. How many total points? And that, like, I might hard code as well. So do I want to copy this function? Yeah, let's copy this function. Make changes. I don't have Git or anything set up, so we're doing it the old-fashioned way. Make a copy, rename it. Alt new sub. I'll have to restart my program after this edit. Sure. Get inputs switch. No, this is get input switch, and I don't think it mentions its own name later on. I think this is a subroutine, so it doesn't return a value. It's just meddling around with global values, which is fun. Player 1, player 2, num games. So we do here is instead of line input player 1, we would do print and then we would get line input from 0.1. But I would also like to give the bot a hint about what state we're in. So we print player 1. Doesn't really matter what I put here, it's just something to pick up on the bot side. Player 1 name, line input 1, player 1. Otherwise, and it's trimming it at 10 characters, that's good to know. Control. So then it goes name of player 2, and we do much the same thing. Instead of inputting it from the keyboard, we print that to the screen. We print this to the channel, player 2 name, line input 1, player 2, and then just so that the user sees it when they've put that in, put that there. Same deal with this one. String, print to the channel, player 1 name. If player 2 is empty, then it's doing that. Cool, cool. How many total points? We were gonna hard code this, so we may as well say print total points. I mean, I guess we'll see how it goes, but I'll say 3 to start with. Am I allowed to print it like that? Maybe. I'll tell you what, make this easy to change later on. Games. Just want to select a line, please. Loop until num games is greater than 0 and some other stuff we don't care about. If num games is 0, then num games is 3. Boop, boop, boop. I'm assuming there's like a sleep thing for this. Can say gravity is 9.8. We don't care about any of that bit. Yeah, good old sleep. Okay. So, actually, you know what? For testing, let's keep that at 1. Because then I can just easily kill myself to see if it gives the other side a point. So the text that we're sending through the serial link is going to be player 1 name, player 2 name, and then the game should start. Game started. What about when the game is won? Like, I want to send that back to the bot so that it knows. And for that matter, we need to know whose turn it is and whose input we're accepting. And before I go off on too much of a tangent, I need to substitute those functions around. Alt S. Here we are. Input switch. Intro is something I want to fix up. Sparkle pause. So this thing waits for a key. And we can't have that really. I mean, I can use the bot to send keyboard key presses to a window, like I do with Elite. But that's gonna be annoying to target the DOSBox window. And I don't want to add extra complexity. It'd be nice if I could send, like, control the whole thing through the network socket. So why don't we just turn this into a for loop that runs for a number of times. I don't know how to, oh, I've got an example right there. L equals 1 to 50. Next L. And we've made a bunch of changes, so let's have just a quick look to make sure we haven't broken anything. I can't press any key to continue. I'm in my loop. Cool. Name of player 1, and yeah, we do actually have. We do actually have a player 1 name prompt that's come up here. Although interestingly, my cursor is back there. So I haven't received like a carriage return. Maybe I just received a line feed. Oh, here we go. I entered it. Doesn't matter too much for the bot, I guess. Me. Oh, got a fancy special symbol there. That's nice. But we have some text input. That's good. And yeah, now it's asking for the angle, but we want the bot to know that we're asking for the angle. I should probably make that whole like prompt on the serial console thing into my own generic function. Like, because initially I was just hacking into the get num for the GORILLAS.BAS one, and that's great and all, but if I'm also needing it for the player names, and the GORILLAS.BAS one doesn't understand non-numeric stuff for the player name bit. Let me think. No, it works well enough, just using the line input stuff. I just want to make sure that get num twitch will work. And when it's called, it's just given a row and a column, but I want to know that I'm waiting for player 1 or player 2's input. So maybe we'll put in player num as a parameter. I will have to restart my program. It's kind of cool that it knows that because I've changed the signature on this function, it can't really recover from that and keep the program running while I'm editing it. Like, we're not just hot reloading here, we're actually editing bits while it's still got state open. Right? Yeah. Like, imagine if I was debugging a React application and I can just rewrite a whole function and not like have it recompile and do everything, but like just update that one function. You sort of do get it a bit, I guess, with Next.js and all the front-end state. But this is like on the level of like your variables keep the same values. It's pretty amazing. Yeah, React can give me a headache too sometimes. It starts off simple, but there's a lot to it when you get into it. And a lot of it's come down to like the legacy JavaScript stuff. I was fiddling around with our app last week, and I was updating this routes.js, which was doing the server's routing. And like, okay, cool. I want to pull in my module that I've written, which is a ES module syntax, like, you know, import blah from blah. And I couldn't do that because for whatever reason, this routes.js was set up to not be doing the special magical conversion to you know, modern JavaScript modules. It was using the common JS require whatever, no, const whatever equals require module name. And apparently you can't mix and match the two for that particular project. It's really annoying. But I digress. We're doing QBasic here. No event loop for us, no. Just straight coding. No asynchronous callbacks here. Just one statement at a time. So yeah, I wanted to say something like print one player plus player num and we don't even know what kind of number we're asking for here, so maybe I need that as well, just for the sake of my bot. Value requested. Sure, that'll help me out. I mean, I'm glad I've learned React, and it's given me some good front-end skills now. can make shiny interfaces again, which is nice. Trying to converse and program at the same time. Man, that's difficult. I do not know how these normal sort of coding streamers like Coding Mama do it. Argument count mismatch. Thank you. That's what I'm missing here. Player num value requested. Then find alt search find. Let's just search for Twitch because we can. Get inputs Twitch. Get num Twitch. Twitch. Okay. This is. How do we know what player we're on? Player num. Oh dear, I picked the same value. I hope that's lexically scoped. I picked the same variable name. And we want angle. Get num Twitch. Velocity. Super fast context switching is good practice for management. Yeah, that is a skill, right? Like, even just my team lead has to switch between a whole bunch of different stuff that could be flying at him, which is good. That's what he needs to be doing. He needs to be shielding us devs so that we don't have to context switch unless we have to. And the project manager, you know, has infinity meetings throughout the day. That's just crazy amounts of context switching. It's good to be able to like focus on a thing. It's good to be able to just know that the rest of your day is this one task, and you don't have to worry unless someone messages you on Slack or something. I think this is all I had to update. Type mismatch. Why is it type mismatch? Also, I noticed they're assigning to an angle variable with a hash sign here, but here they're assigned to a velocity variable that doesn't have a hash on it. And yet this is the type mismatch? No, it's presumably the function parameters that it's whinging about. Input string to int. Oh, wait, you also had infinity meetings at Dvain, yeah. Input string to. Oh, that's it. I've got a string here for the fourth parameter, but where is it? Get num Twitch. But I need to actually declare that. Like all the variable names, they're all kind of flexible when it's a number of some sort. If it's an integer or a floating point, I think it defaults to floating point. But when you've got a string, you do actually have to say this is a string type by putting a $sign at the end of it. Parameter type mismatch. Yes, I declared it here. Cool. There. Type mismatch. I mean, I'm fairly sure you can concatenate a string with a number and have it show up like that. You don't have to do anything fancy to it. Right? Can you use commas with print to just expression list? Yeah, okay, I reckon we need semicolons here. That is what we need. Use the mouse wheel again. So we print to channel 1 player semicolon player num semicolon. Were we doing that anywhere else? I guess we'll find out. Need to make that loop shorter. No, I don't, it's fine. Name of player 1. So player 1 name has showed up in the console here. We will type Bob. Name of player 2. Player 2. Steve. Okay, see, we've got that special character there again. Special character Steve. So that's probably like either a carriage return or a line feed from me typing Bob enter, and it got left in the buffer and it got read when we read the next value. I'll need to solve for that. I think what I'll do is I'll look up what the ASCII table is and find out what symbol is showing up there. It's kind of an interesting way to debug it, really. And also we're stuck on this view intro or play game bit, so we'll need to add support for sending that through later. But ignore it for now. We've got a block character with a circle to investigate. And I bet if we go through in key here, we could go to the character string one, the character codes. It's not that one. Hang about, is it like an extended character? None of those characters. Which leads me to believe... I mean, I could find out what it is, or I could just try and fix the code that reads from the console. I think we're gonna need to abstract it out a bit. Yes, okay. So subroutines. We've got the getNum Twitch thing that we had here. Maybe we change this to not use line input, because line input is screwing us over a little bit. Or maybe because I'm using telnet. Because telnet, I remember, has certain characteristics about what gets sent, and it might be using carriage return, line feed, and all that. When we're doing it with the bot, we'll have control over what actually gets sent. What I'll do is, I will close my, no, hang on, close my telnet. How do I do this? Control escape. Let's run netcat instead. If I can remember how to do that. No, you know what? I'm not going to remember obscure Unix commands syntax when I hardly ever use them. I'm going to look it up on the Googles. Netcat, listen to ports and text. I mean, I love netcat, I love that it exists, but I hardly ever need to use it. I'm not a sysadmin type person. port scanning? No, I don't need to port scan. There's another tool for that. Listen, port. Okay, it's just like NC localhost port number. That's easy. It's basically what I was using for Telnet. Yeah, I've got a weird garbage character come out from that, but if we run the game... Yeah, we got game started, but also a bunch of garbage characters. Player 1 name. Let's see if I can actually do this. Aha! Hello. I don't know how to send the appropriate key sequence down there. D? Go back to Telnet. Oh, it's not even accepting my connection now. Hi, hello, hiyo. Sorry, I'm just running out of steam a bit, I think. We'll write our own function to do it byte by byte. It's fine. This is easy. Device IO error, that's cool. I can send a Control-C down the line and murder it. We'll write a new function. Get switch. Prompt and care about. So print 21 prompt dollar. Then I want to grab a lot of that code from here, where it's switching on the character it pulled in. Control. Done. I mean, I guess we may as well reuse the Gorillas true and false constants. That's odd, my indentation isn't lining up. Is it because I copied and pasted some code? Select case and select. There we go. Wait, that still doesn't line up because there's a case else in there. No, that's how the actual code went. What the hell? Did you select case, you indent 2 spaces for the cases, which is including a case else. And then you just got end select there. That's weird. Critiquing 1990s Microsoft QBasic code. Yeah, that's what you've all come here for. For all I know, I made that change myself accidentally. So going back to Git, like a generic Twitch stuff. Is this all Microsoft? Yeah, I mean, like, there's a whole copyright thing right up here. Oh, look at, that's where it's put my declare sub thing there. Get inputs Twitch. Copyright Microsoft. Your mission is to hit your opponent with the exploding banana by varying the angle and power of your throw, taking into account wind speed, gravity, and the city skyline. Yeah, this has been pretty good. Like, QBasic was quality software. Like, and they made it available for free with everyone having MS-DOS. I thought that, like, when they dropped QBasic, like, they included it with Windows 98, but I don't think they included it with 2000 and up. That was a mistake. They could have kept that in there, or they could have shilled their own programming language stuff there, and have like a whole new generation of people making software for Microsoft Windows. So I sub get inputs Twitch. But then where's that new one I made, right? I made a new one just now called get something. Maybe when I save, it'll... Yeah, there we go. It's added the declaration here. Declare function get Twitch, and that should actually be a $sign because it's getting a string. We'll let the consumer of the function figure out what they want to do with it. And then we can go there, right? Twitch function get Twitch $. And then it's like get Twitch equals whatever. So I've got to do my own reading of the input character by character. And I refuse to call it keyboard in each case. We'll call it C. Yeah. C equals input. I think we just read one character from file handle 1. Expected expression. Was it input $? Not that. Yeah, input $, completely different function to input. Cool, cool. Let me know if you want some other music, by the way. Like, I can download some of the other stream beats. I've just got 2 albums here. And I guess we could try some game music. But yeah, I'm really cagey about music on Twitch now. Best to go with something that's like explicitly DMCA free. I don't know how all those music streamers do it. Like, their whole livelihood is dependent on the powers that be deciding that your usage of this is fair use. Live performance is fine. VOD and YouTube are a different issue. Yeah, that's true. Like a lot of people I follow, they just delete their VODs as soon as they're done. Let's just call it buffer. Less typing. I don't have syntax completion here. So case whatever is actually going to be our catch-all case. So we go buff is, no, that's your Perl showing through, James. Dollar goes at the end of the name. Buff dollar plus C dollar. So we don't need the 0 to 9 stuff or the decimal point stuff. We do want character strength 13. Should terminate it. And that's fine. And backspace support? I mean, I'm not going to need it for the Twitch bot. So screw it, let's completely omit it. And I do want to, like, I'm speculating here. If I was being good, I would test it first. And write myself a test case and put it into CI. But we're doing old school QBasic code here, so that's not what we're doing at all. I'm speculating that we're doing a carriage return and line feed combo. So let's just have a case for it there that eats the line feed and will only listen to carriage returns. And that might clear up our problem with the weird symbol showing up. So then case else, buff is buff plus character, and select, loop, blah, blah. And yeah, when I was printing these prompts, like it's weird, on the telnet it doesn't actually do a new line. But the bot won't care, so we'll worry about that later. Characters, inputs, none is true. Here we go. Then get twitches is buff things. Actually, I'm not sure if this will work because of their weirdo constants. These aren't real true or false variables. There's no Boolean type. So I probably want do while done is false or something. Yeah, let's write it like that. Cool, so we've got a get Twitch function now. And let's start using it in our get inputs Twitch thing. Player $1 equals get Twitch. Player 1 name. We don't need line input anymore. We still print it out to echo it to the screen. I could have that as part of my function. I'll leave it as it is. If player is nothing, then do that. Place this as well. Player 2 is get Twitch. Player 2 name. And everything else is the same. Then do shot is the one that calls our other thing. But actually we won't get Twitch here. Now here I had like this special print one player semicolon player num blah 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 blah. But my function for reading the Twitch thing I mean I can replace most of this entirely, right? Yeah, we can just get rid of the loop. Or you can go result dollar equals get Twitch and then this thing. If I had problems with concatenating a string with an integer, maybe there's an inverse of this int function here. He also cint? Okay. No, that's not what I want. Int returns the largest integer. Contents. Maybe there's something about like data types. Oh, no worries, Gareth. Thanks for hanging out. It was nice chatting. Catch you later. Command line. Run and debug keys. Help keys. None of this is data types. I mean, syntax conventions, maybe? No, that's like how to read this document. If I go find a string function, maybe, which usually begin with S. We've got a stir dollar function. That sounds promising. Oh, and a string dollar function and a string keyword. Here we go. Stir dollar returns a string representation of a number. So if I want to do concatenation of that, we actually have to do stir dollar and then the number. Groovy makes this a little more horrible and verbose, right? You can't just mix and match strings and numbers, but it makes sense. It makes sense. And we've got no kind of inline string formatting things. Stir dollar player num. So this will get player 1, and then value requested is the other thing we want, like angle or velocity. Sorted. We'll ditch that. We no longer need all this select case jazz. Result is that we don't even need the loop to be do while not done because we're just doing this once. Yes. So let me pull up the view where you can see my terminal window as well. And we'll give it a go with this version of the program, assuming I don't have horrible bugs. Shift F5. Cool. cool. So we've got a game started string here. And yeah, as you can see, it doesn't seem to be doing line feeds or character returns properly. I guess Linux is line feed? I used to know this shit. But again, it shouldn't matter too much for the bot. There will be some sort of character there to delineate, like end of line. This is good. We're making progress. We still need to enter view intro or play game. You haven't seen the amazing intro. Behold. I'm in two minds about whether or not I want to subject my Twitch chat to that every time a new game starts. Maybe I should skip it. It does go on a little long. But the music's so epic. Anyway, you can see now we've got on the telnet player 1 angle, and that's interesting. I've added an extra space in there somehow. Angle. Boop, 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 boop. We'd wait down there in that corner, which is sucky. Happily, like, if I threw it at the building and the banana exploded, let's try it. 45 degrees, velocity of 100. That's interesting. That looked suspiciously like a velocity of 0. This could be a bug. Game over. We'll need to make the game loop, actually. And that game over screen. There's too many things to keep track of. Let's make some Jira tickets and start estimating story points for all these tasks that need to be finished. Oh, jeez. No, I'm onto something here with the generic function for getting a Twitch thing. Print results, and then a space. Did you see a number show up there? We got the... And then, like, it's returning the value of the results, which is normally gonna work to get the actual number. Let's just put like a thing here and another thing there. See if we've got exactly the text we think we're sending. FS 55. Okay, player 1 name. Q Jas. Player rights. Yeah, okay, let's make a breakpoint here right now. Your choice. We're in Gorilla intro. There's a bunch of interesting things. Wow, if mode 1, then center 5. Please wait while gorillas are drawn. Like, one thing I noticed with this code, right? There's a bunch of support for things like CGA graphics modes. Like, you had to account for that, apparently, with your QBasic for DOS. People might not have VGA display adapters. That's probably a tautology. That's cool. There's some different sound effects. Presented as weirdo strings. Play rest. Oh, this bit's the view intro thing, isn't it? Cool. What we might want to do then is just hard code play game here. Dollar equals B. Now isn't that cool? Like expected expression. Oh right, you can't use single quotes here because single quotes are comments. Isn't that interesting? Like I've commented out the active line. Like the game, like the QBasic knows that this is the active line that we were on. I've commented it out, and I think if I start running the game again now, we'll just hit this line and we'll start the game normally. F5 to continue. There we go. Player 1 angle. Blah blah blah. 45? Yes, interesting. You see that angle. Empty string. So that's going to get interpreted as 0 angle, 0 velocity. We have a bug. And we were doing so well. That is actually interesting because this same function worked fine for the player names, but it doesn't work fine for the numbers. Where have I screwed up here? Also, where is Poppy? Poppy's probably sleeping somewhere and now lost all my audience. Press any key to continue. Okay. So we've hard coded that. Let's go back to the main BAS file because, yeah, here, like CGA banana. Look at that. CGA. That's even before my time. Like when I had a DOS PC, it at least had VGA. In fact, I'm pretty sure I had an SVGA card because I was able to run SimCity 2000. Let's see, so you do Gorilla intro, you play game, and then for some reason we restore numlock state. I don't know why the game has this in it. And I don't know why we have... Oh, you know what? I bet this was the way to end the game completely. Just the end keyword. Shall we have a look? Ends a program, procedure, block, or user-defined data type. Cool. Good to know. And yeah, set numlock to on. Like, this is very strange. But I guess if you had a numpad, you wanted to enter in the number for the gorilla angles on there. Like, you'd expect it to be in that state rather than the arrow state. Well, what if we say... the end here, we don't really care about the numlock state. This is an interesting thing, by the way. If I try and go left on the leftmost column, it does not wrap me up to the next line. It just refuses to let me go left. So I have to go up a level and then hit end. But the thing that was really interesting about this editor, QBasic editor and edit.com, which is the same thing, it lets you go beyond the end of the line. And I don't know, I kind of liked that. I think more editors should do this. Even though there's no text at the end of the line here, and the logical end is right here, it lets you go past it. And like when I'm moving my cursor through a bunch of text that's got different line lengths, it's consistent. Like I can see where my cursor is. It doesn't matter that there's no text there to edit. If I start typing stuff, it'll fill in the spaces as needed to get me there. What's that? So yeah, that's actually a feature I built into my own crazy little insane C ncursors text editor. Just because I missed having it in QBasic and edit.com. Because in everything else, your cursor will just flash around left to right to the end of the line, and it's hard to keep track of it. Print to channel number 1. Game restart. Again, I can't spell restart. And then I guess if I made a label up here, go to game restart. Like when I'm running this, I'll break out of it manually when I want to shut it down. Maybe that would have the desired effect, or maybe it would complain about not having the label again. We'll see. We got game started down here. Name of player 1, name of player 2, player 2, number of points. It doesn't matter what we put in, it will be 0 anyway. Game over. And then it should restart. Yeah, game restart. There we go. Cool. So that's got the basic play loop going, and it's updating us through the network socket. I still don't know why there's a little space here between player and angle. That's probably just me messing things up a bit. Let's break out of view. Give you the bigger view again. This just comes from the prompt. Get Twitch is the one that gives us the I don't know. Yeah, I mean that's like player num should be coming through as an integer. Why, like, is this formatting it to a given precision? What happens if I print blah plus stir $1 plus that? How do I run this execute thing? I used to know how to run that little immediate mode thing. It was really useful. Like, is it something like Control Enter? Shift Enter. There we go. How about that? Just using the stir function gives you a space when you give it an integer. It's like formatted to 2 characters wide or something incredibly useful like that. And I guess that's why they've got ltrim dollar in the example here. Oh, that's mad. Why would you have that as the default? ltrim dollar. Shift enter, right? That's what I wanted. Wow. In some ways, this language was a genius, and in some ways, it's just so weird. I mean, we could take a shortcut and just omit this, but I don't like that. I want it to be explicit. I want it to just work how one would expect, so I'm just going to have to make this even longer. There. So that's fixed up that little annoying problem. The next thing is, why does getTwitch, when returning a string to us for the angle, return an empty string? Like, even though it's a number that we're typing in, it's still a string that has a number in it. So getSwitch here, which worked perfectly fine on the player names. GetTwitch dollar is buff dollar. Yeah. There's no difference. I believe what we could do is put in like a breakpoint. Toggle breakpoint. There we go. Nice. So we'll run the game now, and the first time it asks us for an angle or velocity, it'll let us type it in, virtually. But when it hits there, we'll break out of it, and then the true power of the QBasic editor will be revealed to us. Okay. Name player 1. Geralt. Oh, right, but also it's going to break every time we put in player names. That's fine. We'll continue. Player 2, Triss. Yep, move on past that one. Like, you can see the names have come through okay. Player 1 angle. We'll type in 90. Now here's where we're interested in seeing what the hell is going on. So what we can do in this immediate mode is print buff dollar, which should be the word 90. 90, there you go. And getSwitch, like, it's declared to return a string, so that's fine. So that the breakpoint issue wasn't there. Shall we go back to get numTwitch and put, I'm in a breakpoint here I guess, but we're about to yeah, continue. So we've come back from that function, result dollar enter. I'm not sure what I'm looking at. Let me go result. There we go. Result is now empty string for some reason. Oh. How about that? When I'm calling this, I didn't include its little sigil on the end. And that wasn't a syntax error or something. It was just like saying, I don't know, cast it to an integer, which becomes 0 somehow. That's some deep, arcane bit of QBasic there, I think, that I do not fully understand. But I think we've debugged it now. Take the breakpoint off. Continue. It's asking for player 1 velocity, so we'll give it like 1,000. I don't know if that went through properly. In fact, I probably didn't because of the way we set those breakpoints up. That's fine. The game will restart now. We don't have to do it ourselves. No, I accidentally put a... Yeah, I put in a carriage return one too many there, which the bot would not do. It's fine, but will probably result in their deaths. 100. No, it's still coming through as empty string. Possibly because I changed the return type of that function that I was calling. Possibly we need to give it a completely fresh start. Let's shift F5. Sorry. Okay, fine. I did it again because it was asking me, like, do I want the number of rounds to do, but that's a fake non-question for the serial terminal. Doesn't matter. We're just looking for numbers. It didn't work. I'm out of tea. Do I get more tea, or do I just have some soda here? Hello. Why the hell is there a weird little black thing floating in my glass? Live, it's just a piece of my damn headphones flaking off. Hello, Poppy. Those of you watching at home, Poppy has just waltzed into the living room again and is looking up at me. Yeah. What time is it? It's 4:50, Poppy. No, 4:56. My eyes are terrible. That's 4 minutes until dinner time. Yes? Very soon. You won't have to nag me much at all. Which is really great, because usually she starts going at 4 o'clock. Thinking, oh, it's dinner time. Oh, I'm so hungry. Oh, James. Beats me. I'm so malnourished. Isn't that right? What if I grab this and position it such that... Well, it's kind of dark, isn't it? You can almost make her out there. If I stand up to put the lights on, you'll think I'm standing up to go to the kitchen, won't you? Well, you know what we could do? We could feed her live on stream. She'll be sitting in like the same spot for a little bit. A predictable location. That'd be good. Yeah, live cat feeding on stream. Forging ahead with new boundaries on Twitch. In the meantime, if you'll wait just 2 more minutes, Poppy. Yeah. I want to at least see if I can find out why this is broken. Control break. If I had to blame anything, it might be the definition of the function. No, it's using $. It's declaring a function. We don't have another declaration that's sort of interfering with it. The player name works, and that's amusingly not using the $sign. This works. This gets a string. We know this works. So why does this not work? Like the moment we get the results $ variable. Oh, jeez. Do you see it, chat? Do you see it? Do a Rolf Harris like, can you see what it is yet? Can you see the bug? This is why you kind of actually want a programming language which is more strict about your variables. You want your JavaScripts with your use strict on to force you to declare your variables up front. You want your C and your C++ to tell you, helpfully, that I have no idea what you are talking about, stupid programmer. Your Perls. Modern Perl, you turn strict on. You do it now so that you can't just declare variables and have them magic themselves into existence when you've just used them, unlike certain programming languages, Python. And in this case, you want it to avoid a very certain specific class of bug where I have declared that calling getTwitch will put the result in the results variable. Which of course, yeah, I want that. And the results variables are magicked into existence. It's cool. And then later on, we're returning and looking at the results variable, which is also magicked into existence with a default empty value. And I've obviously gotten turned around a bit because, like, I've been pronouncing results $ as results, and we just need to delete this. But in any other sane language, it would have been able to tell me, like, what are you doing? You've never talked about the word result before. And we would have to say, like, I don't know, let result is that. Because that's the first time we've used it. Oh no, we've used it up here. Let result. For all I know, this is valid syntax. It's just that it doesn't do anything. There's no penalty for not using it. Yeah, there you go. Let variable equals expression. But it's meaningless. It's optional. The variable expression assignment statement performs the same action with or without let. And you're free to not use it, so the poor compiler just has no idea if you've made a mistake. I've never seen this stuff before. lset and rset remove data into a random access file buffer in preparation for a put statement. It's weird. But anyway, we've fixed the bug. Alt file save. It is dinner time for puppy cats. Yeah, it's dinner time. We'll do it on stream. Let's get you some food, shall we? You won't be able to hear me because the audio isn't coming through the puppy camera, but we'll see what we can do. There, is that coming through? Oh, it is. Excellent. And you didn't even have to listen to her constant whinging. Honestly, I should just set up like GoPro cameras all around my unit and forget about the live coding, forget about the MLG gameplay. We'll just have like 24/7 Poppy Cam up. Yeah, you heard me, huh? Poppy Cam. Well, that's the kitty fed. So where were we? We fixed the bug, right? We totally fixed it forever. And I could probably even ditch this debug line. Actually, it's not really a debug line, is it? It's showing people what they typed on screen. I just had it a little bit like that. Find out that it was an empty string. Yeah. Run the game again. Name of player 1. Hugo. Balls. Not an actual thing I have to push for. Yep. So angle here can be I don't know, 60 degrees. Velocity, whatever, 80. Hey, see that? It actually worked. Pretty close too. 45, 45. What did I say? 60, 80? And that was a bit too much. About 60, 75. Ah. That was a short game. Yeah, I think probably when we do this with actual people on Twitch playing, you'll do it like first to 3 wins. Because it's possible to get a lucky strike in there. I mean, I probably do want to hardcode some sort of way of saying, oh, player 1 name is quit. It'll just exit. But I'll figure that out later when I'm hooking it up to the bot. I think we're kind of done with like the QBasic side of things. I could switch over doing, how long have I been streaming for? 3 hours. Switch over to the Perl side of things. Maybe get this working. Like, even if it's just in a dodgy hack kind of way. Like, you know, not with a proper sort of queue of players who have registered their interest to play. Like, just do it as like whoever wants to put in a command can put in a command. Or like maybe you just have to wait until the game's over and then first come first serve kind of deal. That might be easier to do than like a queue. Yeah. Poppy's had her dinner. I'll bring the puppy. Well, I can leave the puppy cam there, I guess. We'll find out where she's gone. Yep. I'll take a break. Buy a break. Got to drink some things. And then maybe I'll just tackle like the first stub of TwitchBot code. That could be good. Because this this protocol I've invented for the thing to use, I have no idea if it'll be actually easy to do on the bot side of things. And it would be nice to have something running there. Like even under debug mode. Yeah. Alright, let's put you on to the BRB stream. That's still running with the music. That's good. Be right back. Oh my gods, I was muted this whole time since coming back from my break. This whole Perl section of the code. I mean, obviously it's completely self-explanatory, but I'd left myself muted. That really needs to be a bigger symbol or something. Well, if... Yeah. It's fine, it's fine. Obviously, programming stream, so you came here for the code, right? You didn't need all of my insightful, witty commentary. And I don't actually have an active person in chat right now to tell me that I've got it muted. Yeah, and I was just saying, Poppy's done her business, so I need to go clean it up. I'll be right back. Going on mute this time, but I'll turn it off when I get back. I'm back, and you can actually hear me this time. The OBS, right? Like, I really wish that when you switched to your Be Right Back card or your Starting Soon card, you could have the audio, your audio settings pinned to that card, or that scene rather, so that when I switch to the game scene, it knows that the mic should be on. And when I'm on the other sort of Be Right Back whatever cards, the mic should be off. I've got a updated version of OBS now. Like, it's got the support for the plugin that lets you control it remotely. I suppose that could be yet another project of mine to let me switch scenes and rejigger my microphone as I do it. But oh my, like I would like things to just work out of the box nicely, and I mean, alternatively I can make something that's really obvious to me when I've got the mute on. I could use the hardware mute button. I've got this thing here. But that's not actually worked. It clicked. Hello? Okay, who the hell knows? Yeah, too many projects. I want just like basic streaming capability going. I suppose we've only missed like half an hour of me muttering about Perl and how I've organized my modules and installing dependencies. So basically, yeah, we've got a command module for each exclamation mark command kind of thing I might want to use. And I've set it up this way so that you know, if one command fails, it doesn't take down the whole bot. It just gets unloaded if it's not working. They all get loaded on startup, everything that's in the commands directory. It's quite nice, convenient for me to use it that way. We've looked up that Mojo IO loop client is the thing we want to use to connect to the socket. We're doing some regex here to only listen to these two commands. I had a brief moment of paranoia that I wasn't spelling the word banana correctly, just because of semantic satiation. Staring at these, like, because I've been mistyping gorillas all day. I was like, have I mistyped banana as well? And then I tried to look for it in the dictionary file, and it wasn't showing up. Anyway, this is kind of the way I wanted the command to work, where you've got banana, angle, velocity as a single command for the people on Twitch, rather than having to wait their turn to put in the first number and then the second number. So the bot will handle that. And I've got a stage variable here, which I'm thinking whenever I see a new state come back through the socket from QBasic, we'll update this so we know that we're on the game started section. We know we're waiting for an input from player 1. That's about it. We've got to this point. We know that Mojo ILOP client extends event emitter, but I don't know where the event emitter for like getting a new line of text from the socket is. Unless I'm looking at something completely like not what I wanted. Like this clearly says it opens TCP Unix domain sockets for the IO loop. And I've got connect and error events that I can subscribe to. I mean, obviously we should include a connect thing, so we'll do that. Self client connect. Self client on connecting to the socket. Client and handle. Okay, so that's client is the object that we've made here, the event emitter. Handle must be the actual Unix domain socket. Anyway, when we connect to it, we want to just do console write raw. Well, connected to DOSBox test. And I guess for errors, I'll want to see those in the console as well, just so we know, like we get an idea of what's possible for the error to be. You know, DOSBox isn't running, that sort of thing. Client and error. Colorize that actually. No, leave it as is for now. Bare minimum. At the end of the stream, I'm really hoping to have some sort of potato-like prototype of how I want this to work. So then, on init, we can connect or do I want that to be a different one? Like, do I want that to be a command where the moderator types in bang gorillas connect? Because otherwise, like if we're doing this on when the module inits itself, if I have to reconnect to QBasic because of some problem, It means I have to shut down my bot and start my bot again. Yeah. And like if DOSBox isn't running when I load my bot up, because for example I'm not streaming QBasic that day, I don't want it to be like pausing for 30 seconds while it tries to connect. Not that that should interrupt the bot's activity or anything. Yeah, but it seems dumb. There seems to be like, there should be some explicit mod command to enable the game or disable the game. So maybe we'll make a sub connect self. And we'll do this from self client connect. Address is localhost. Host cannot type on stream. Port. I was just using that default example of 5000, which reminds me actually, I was setting that port stuff up in DOS. Like in DOSBox, not in the config file because it wasn't working in the config file. I need to actually quit this, Alt FX, and find out what the command I'd used was. Okay, so serial 1 null modem port 5000. I believe I can get QBasic to run that. There's almost certainly a way for QBasic to run a DOS program. So we'll do that when it loads. And I think, yeah, it's idempotent, so you can just do it. Serial 1, and it is set up that way. Cool. So, QBasic, Twitch, GORILLAS.BAS. Serial 1, null modem, port colon. Serial 1, null modem, port 5000. Okay. Where is that help thing? Get the index. Pretty sure it's not going to be system, but oh no, there is a system. Closes all open files and returns control to the operating system. That's not what I was thinking of. Wow, so that's like exiting QBasic itself. What do you suppose it would be called? Like command? Run? There's a run. Runs the current program or a specified program. No, this lets you run another QBasic program. But possibly... Okay, there's chain. Nope, another QBasic program. There's gotta be a way to call DOS somehow. Index? Contents. Keywords by programming task might be helpful. Find and call basic procedure. Device IO. You can do DOS file system stuff. Manage memory, strings, maths. Now, come on, I know there was a way to run arbitrary DOS stuff. would it be like an execute kind of command? I mean, it's not the end of the world. If not, we can make like a batch file to launch this thing. Or yeah, screw it. We can put it in the initial command list that gets run by DOSBox. But it would be nice to have it in here, right? Alright, let's resort to the Googles. Shell. Shell statement. Suspends execution of basic program to run a DOS command or batch file. That's what we want. Beautiful. Copy, paste, FS. Just confirm we can run the game now. Yep. Control break. Awesome. Alright, back to our Mojo programming. Let's bring this window back here for aesthetic reasons. Yep. We'll have a connect function that connects to localhost on 5000. If command is banana, then do that, whatever. Else if command, I'll have to do matches. Go. Want to be able to misspell it and have it still work. If args connect. Now how was I doing the authorized stuff? Yep, so if message is not an admin, then we withdraw no. So only I can actually choose to connect to the client, and presumably if we're all authorized, then we can do self connect, which will run this thing. And when it does connect, we'll get that message, and if it fails, we'll get errors. And it would be nice to give feedback in the chat. But because that has to be asynchronous, it's going to be a little fiddly. So let's just leave it as is for now. But I'm still confused as to how one is supposed to write, or read and write data using Mojo IOLOOP client. Perhaps some more Googling will help us. Using IO socket IP. Not what I was thinking about, but sure. Yeah, that you need to have that in your event loop though, mate. You can pass the handle to client. Address. Da, da, da. Sub. Oh, is there a sub that I can pass as part of the constructor? Let's see, event emitter. It's connected to the event loop. Oh, and I need to potentially... Yeah, no, it should be fine because we're already in the event loop when we get there. Connect, address, handle port, hooks, timeouts, TLS. I can pass in an already prepared handle. Which might be the intended way of using it, I guess. Got IO socket IP. But this is a bit more low level, and I don't want that. I want a nice, easy interface to send some strings over the network. We know how event emitter works, it's just that let's look up at the actual pod documentation for it. Meta CPAN pod Mojo IO loop client. Didn't realize I was typing into Google there, that was weird. Oh, it's the same docs. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you here, Mojo. The documentation could be better here. Like, I've landed on this, and it looks like it's the thing I need. But I don't understand how you send and receive actual data from that socket once you've got it. And my mouse is wigging out a bit. Let's just run the bot and see if we can run this connect command, because we'll need to make sure we've got that basic stuff running. Oh, no, we couldn't. Syntax error at line 35 near $1. Missed a semicolon. So in theory, if I now type gorillas connect connected to DOSBox, and then I got an error, which is an IO socket error, which did not stringify nicely. Let's put it that way. It's definitely using IO socket underneath the hood. Like IO socket IP. Why did you not? Why is it a glob? Like the error coming back is just the raw handle, actually, by the looks of it, not the error. When I connect, do I need to store the handle somewhere? Is that what you're saying to me? But that would make no sense to then start using the handle directly, because the whole point of this is to have a non-blocking event loop friendly. Yeah, come on, let's find some example code. Mojo socket connection. Like, I've used Mojo IO server somewhere in this thing, I think. Because I've got this whole telnet server that I was using for one of the elite magic get me out of here commands. Like, I can now send it commands from a key binding. And that worked. Let's have a look at the code, actually. Let's read lib. Oh no. Yeah, we're starting this Mojo IO server. Does that mean we've got a Mojo IO client method available on Mojo IO? It's kind of, you know, network-centric IO loop, right? You can. You don't need a class for it at all. You've just got bang, client. And it gives you a stream which you can do on read with. And you can write to it. That's all I needed. Jeez. Forget the dependency on the whole client module. We just need that. Previous. So we'll just use Mojo IO loop. Although it's already in the global scope probably anyway. If self-client doesn't exist, then we need to make it. Instead of that, we will go loop. So this is kind of a big callback function. And port 5000. I'm assuming we can pass in localhost as the address. Might even default to that. Oh, but this is something I want to run only when we're actually explicitly connecting. So we need to take this and put it in here. And address host. Or 5000 sub. This is kind of let's say like my ops equals. Shorten this a bit. So we get the IO loop out of it, which is fine. Error and the stream, which is the thing we want to interact with. What was that example? Here we go, stream on read and write. Can I get any more information about what other methods are on that stream object? Like, what is it? Usually Mojo IO loop stream. Good naming. Takes the same arguments as connect in Mojo IO loop client. Yeah, found that one already. This one gives us the actual good stuff. It's like they implemented this client function, using their big Mojo IO loop client object class. But they didn't bother to document that, oh, if you're looking at this object, you don't want this. You actually want to call it from this other method. The stream, you can do read, close, error, and you can do a write method to it. Let's just copy this. So I think there was a connect in there as well, wasn't there? Or have we already connected by the time we get this stream object? Client on read on write. Yeah, I think at this point we've connected to it. So we could stick that in there. What we might also want to do, since we know we've got this from a particular user event, we can stick the message into there as a parameter to connect. And because this is a callback, and you know we've got a reference to the person that originated the message, we can go message respond connected well to DOS box at 1. So that'll good. That'll give us feedback in the actual Twitch chat. Then on read, on close, and on error. Close is an easy one. We can stick a message in the console. We might as well even put something in here back to the person who originally told us to connect. So hang on, when we're doing this client call, we're setting it as our client member variable. And that's actually giving us back an ID. I don't know what that ID is for. I think it's yeah, whenever you make something in the event loop, it likes to give you an ID for it, so you can remove it from the event loop later. We can leave it there, I guess. Maybe even set self client def. just to clear it out. I think that'll work. I'm not entirely sure. It's fine. We'll have disconnected from the game by then anyway. So on read, for the moment, let's just dump that into the console. It's probably not what we want in the Twitch chat anyway. Just for debugging, we'll have that there. And this is where we would do like to do update self stage. Boop boop, because anytime QBasic sends data to us, that's just telling us what stage we're on. And you know what? Let's put some quotes around this value because I wonder if there'll be like embedded new lines and shit. And then finally on error, I mean, again, it's basically just dump the error in the console. It's not going to be useful really for the chat. We'll probably get a disconnect anyway if there's fatal errors. And this is no longer applicable. We don't actually have an init stuff now. Format this a bit more nicely. Alright, let's see if we can connect now. I think as long as DOSBox is running, the network port should be open, right? Like even though the game isn't running now, I can still connect to the port with Telnet. We started and stopped the game several times. This line is just getting QBasic access to it. And then we should see games started in the bots console. Let's load it. Nope, there was an error. Couldn't require commands, Gorilla, syntax error, blah blah. Line 35, near close with parens. I've missed some. Yeah, there's an extra close parens here. You know what, let's make this a little nicer to read. We can say my ID equals Mojo ILO client with those things in it, and then set it client ID there. And there was a whole thing about removing, like if I want to connect twice, I could probably remove the old one. Let's just check. We want to be good with these things. I want to keep the stream documentation open. Let's have a look at IR loop. Finish, reset. Remove ID. There you go. Connections will be dropped gracefully. That's what we want. So pretty much. Except not ID, we want to remove the old one. If self client, if we have one already, then remove self client. You know what, we can write that nicely in Perl. This can be just remove it if it exists. So then we make a new one and set it. We set up all the handlers. Cool. Restart the bot. The annoying thing about doing this kind of work with the Twitch bot, I think Twitch has some sort of built-in thing where, like, if you try and reconnect repeatedly too many times, it just, like, it looks like it's worked, but when the people in the channel speak, the bot doesn't get the events, and the bot can't send stuff to the channel either. So I could just check MOTD. Welcome to the stream, cool. So Gorillas connect. We've received it, connected to DOSBox allegedly. I read, you can't see it here. I've read a single weird undefined character, I don't know what that is. But I was getting that when I initially connected on Telnet as well. Oh, and then it's disconnected. Interesting. So does QBasic Gorillas have to actually be running, or is it just getting bored and timing out? Like, this is a case where Telnet might have been a bit more resilient. Let's try connect again. We run and we receive the unknown character. Taking a while to process for some reason. Oh, because connect is not a command. I wonder if I should have like a handler in that for just, hey buddy, this isn't a command. It looks like a command, but it's not. Let's connect. It's read, run the game, read some more stuff, but then disconnected. Try again. There's something on the other end now. You should be fine. There's no way for me to send data though. Let's just see if it times out again. Yeah, it times out. Is that our fault? I feel like that's our fault, because Netcat and Telnet were working fine. There's probably some stream timeout thing. Timeout, here we go. Emitted of the stream has been active for too long and will get closed automatically. If it's an event that gets emitted, we can add a handler for that event and see if that's the case of, like, we're not just being disconnected, we're being timed out and disconnected. So on timeout, Gorillas, we'll just say connection timeout. I can type. No doubt from DOSBox, da 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 da. Kill the bot. Run the bot again. Are we able to connect? Got a thing, yeah. It's not going to receive anything from QBasic yet. Let's just wait and see, I guess. Is it a timeout that we're getting? Yeah, there you go. Cool. So why are we having a timeout? Like, can we change that? Is that something we can configure? It's probably like understandable that for like normal network connections from Mojo, You're connecting to servers, you're getting JSON responses and things, it's fine. This is a bit of a special case. You actually want to connect and then just listen to the dead air until someone makes a move in the game or something like that. Stream timeout. Defaults to 15, yeah, that felt about right. Setting this to be 0 will allow the stream to be inactive indefinitely. That is what we want. So as part of the setup, yeah. And we've gotten this far, we can see what we can do about right. So what I'll do for the moment is have the banana command. I'll make a mod only command first. I'll make a, let's see, I'll just connect. Else if, and we should really be handling the else case with some sort of usage. Boop, 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 boop. So connect, we want just like a send. Just send data over there. And we will do self client. Oh wait, but how do we need the stream variable for that. I guess we'll store it. Has stream undef. And we will clear the stream here. Stream undef. But once we've got it, we'll stash it somewhere. Self stream stream. Pardon me. I'm paranoid about muting now. And yeah, we've done. We store the client ID there. So now we have a self stream variable. We can self stream write, and actually that's not if args equals send. That should be if args matches send, and then some other random stuff. Dot star. So we write all of that. I don't know if we need to send a carriage return at the end of that. We will find out. If this doesn't work, then I guess that's the first thing we'll try. But this is basically now emulating the telnet client we had, sending commands to QBasic, except now we're doing it through Twitch. It's great, like we're using a web client to send the message to Twitch's backend, which emulates an IRC server that this bot is connected to, that it receives it through the IRC event loop thing, and then forwards it on through this other socket to DOSBox, and DOSBox is emulating the network layer and then turning it into a serial port, and QBasic is reading the serial port. It's so Rube Goldberg-esque. I love it. I want to break out of this. Break. Self-stream, right. We've got that. Kill the bot. No hot reloading here. Although hot reloading is something I could theoretically add for the commands. You can see on my monitor, oh, you can't actually find here. The bot is still kind of specialized towards Elite Dangerous. Like, I've got all this heads-up display kind of thing about how many limpets I've got in my cargo. I might want to modify that a bit later so that, like, it's not quite so specialized. But then again, Odyssey is technically released, but I'll say it's coming soon because I'm just going to wait until I finish patching it. And then we can have some more fun with Elite Dangerous, I think. We've restarted the bot. Gorillas Connect. Connected, yes. We've read a single character. Let's run the program. We've read some more weird characters and got disconnected. That's strange. Can I connect now while we're waiting for the player 1 input? We connected. Gorillas send Neko. We've read the command on the bot, but we haven't really sent anything that I can see to QBasic. Well, first thing we can try, put a CR LFM pair in there. Although probably QBasic. I mean, that'll be a carriage return from my system. We'll see. Run the bot. Do the connection. Send string. Nothing. It should be able to read it if we've sent the data through there. I kinda wish I'd loaded up like DOS version of Tilix for the, you can do serial port stuff on that, and then we would just be able to see stuff coming through. We wouldn't have to wait for QBasic to see a new line. But we've got to be close. What if we send \R, I believe? There's like a carriage return line feed pair that you can use. Perl CRLF. Now it depends a lot on like what system you're on, as far as I remember. But yes, \R is carriage return, which is 13, which I think is what QBasic is looking for. \N is line feed. And yeah, Linux just uses \N for line feed. I reckon maybe either that will be sufficient, or we want to just remove the \N. Let's have a look. Kill the bot. And yeah, if you've just joined, I don't have the message of the day working anymore because I've been killing and restarting my bot. But the idea of this is, we've got QBasic here. It's running Gorillas, but it's running my modified version that listens to the serial port. And DOSBox is emulating that serial port as a network socket. That's what we're trying to connect to with this command. And then hopefully send data over to the name of player 1. Oh ho! We got something, and we got some data back as well, which is interesting. We got player 2 name back. It's not quite, maybe you can see it there. It's not quite what I wanted, like it's split some reason. But we'll figure that out. We're getting somewhere at least. Let's see if we can keep using this. Gorillas send. Let's do Neko versus chat. It seems to have worked. And then, yeah, we've got the banana thing, but we don't have the banana command implemented yet. So for now, you could possibly do 20? Hey! That's interesting. It's definitely splitting it. I'll bump the font size up briefly. So you can see that, right? It's coming back 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12 characters at a time. That's really weird. And then the end of it here, I guess, has a line feed character, which is dropping the single quote back here. Very weird. I can fix the line feed issue at least. I've still no idea what that character is that we receive initially. Yeah, maybe this is just a case of like I have to buffer this myself and deal with it. How do I shrink back to... yeah. Cool, okay, so we're getting somewhere. What velocity do I want? Probably only like 40. Is it? There we go. It took a moment. Like, we've got powerful computers in play here, but at the end of the day, we're emulating a serial port with them, so who knows? I won't bother just playing out this game. We can leave that as is and implement a quickie banana command, I guess. I am curious as to whether the \n was needed though. Let's drop it. Control break. Shift F5 to run it. It should still be connected, so it's all fine. Oh no, it got disconnected. That's interesting. That won't work because we're not connected. Aha! New line. Oh. Have to remember that I need to kill the bot each time. Connect, please. Send. Nyan. Seems to work. 60 is a good number just to get in the game, like initial angle and velocity. Oh, cool. And I assume, I've not tried this out actually, but I assume if I send an angle of 90 degrees and a velocity of 90, yeah, that's just gonna kill myself, right? Even, oh no, that's right, because there's wind speed. There's wind direction. You actually have to try a little harder to kill yourself there. Oh, okay, I'm getting kind of fatigued from this stream. It's been going for 4 hours 30, which is probably close to one of my longest streams. Let's implement a banana command. Let's implement a banana command. And maybe off stream I'll figure out what's going on with the data we're getting back from the system. So angle /r velocity /r. Okay, when we read bytes, we can just chomp the bytes, I think. Perl has this lovely function called chomp, which should remove any trailing new lines. And you know what, while we're here, where's that stream documentation? We found a timeout option. I wonder if there's like a buffer size option, and I wonder if it happens to be 12 bytes. Or do I want that chomp there? Maybe I want to... like, maybe I want to actually listen for the new line character so I know when a command's been... oh, I know when status text has been returned. Yeah, because this is just reading bytes. It's not actually promising that we'll read lines. There might be an alternative like subclass of stream that's for reading lines, because that's what I've been using, like a special subclass of Mojo loop for file reading for Elite to read its log file. Stream roll line buffer, that's what we want. How do you add it? Stream with rolls plus line buffer. Handle, I don't have the handle though. Or do I pass it in? Output stream. Right line. Okay, so that's output and the stream client that we're connecting to some other network socket. So then we go stream line buffer, watch lines, online read line, sub. Yeah, we can do this. We can actually add Mojo iLoop stream roll line buffer to this app. Because then we don't have to do all the work of reading the buffer ourselves. Someone else has written this code for us, and they've written it better than we will ourselves. File. Where's that module? Stream? Stream roll line buffer, please. Cpan install deps. This one. Okay, it's already installed, it looks like. So it's probably just an implicit thing that gets pulled in. In fact, from the synopsis, we don't even need to declare that we pull that module in. We're just going stream with roles, watch lines, on read line. So instead of on read, what I want to do is, these are our network events, but here, buffered input for QBasic events. Bam. So stream with roles line buffer, watch the lines, and when you get read line, you have a sub which we can pull in stream and line. Blah, close that, blah. So now we won't have to chop bytes or anything. We can do that. Red line. And you know what? We can just do self stage line. Tell you what though, we don't know if we're getting a new line embedded in that, so I will chomp it. There! Same sort of code, but now it's handling the buffering for us. Yes. Got that going. We've got our banana function. This is getting us much closer to actually working code. So here's Gorillas. Let's kill it and rerun it. There's the bot. Run it again. No errors, that's nice. Connect to it, please. And Gorillas send Neko as player 1. Yay. Gorillas send chat as player 2. Awesome. I'm not seeing anything on my what's it call it? I'm not seeing anything on my console about reading these lines, though, is the interesting thing. We should have gotten a couple of those by now. So maybe that's broken in some subtle way. Green line, red line. Not sure, but presumably we can still play the game now with the banana command. And it's so convenient you can type in both numbers in the same line. Is this going to be... Oh, that was very close. How about you, player 2? The wind is against you. I have the high ground. It's over, Anakin. Like, yeah, I think I can just drill through the building now and hit them. Player 2 will have to try a little harder. Maybe with a velocity of 100. Too hard. Player 1 can keep repeating the same command. Maybe 80. Oh, that's close. You'll notice that even though I have been obliterated, I am still quite alive. You have to score a direct hit. If I do the same attack, it won't give me a chance to... it'll just drill through the wall there. Not even really at the right angle once you get down to it. My banana explosion is quite pathetic. I think chat might have this. It was about like 82? Oh, well done, chat. In theory, you will actually have control of that when I sort it out. So then, yeah, game over. And we should get an event coming back. We do not. Why do we not? Stream with roles. Watch lines. On read line, we do the thing. We should at least be seeing stuff in the console. But the read line method is emitted when a line ending in read line separator arrives on the stream, and when the stream closes if data is still buffered. And I betcha that the read line separator that's coming in from QBasic is a carriage return and not a line feed, because we had that issue before where all of the returned data was on the same line. CR13 should send the cursor back to column 0, basically. So we need to actually configure that. Defaults to a line feed optionally preceded by a carriage return character. But for us, we need just carriage return x0d. We'll just stick this in here. Watch lines. Read line separator is xd. On read line, do this stuff. I don't really like how that's indented. What we'll do is we'll take this and turn it into its own variable. QBasic event handler is that sub read line is QBasic event handler. Not the worst looking code in the world. Kill the bot, restart the bot. Gorillas connect. Connected. Gorillas send Nico. We got some problem back. Too many arguments for subroutine. Anonymous subroutine. Oh, this will be because I've declared my sub as having exactly 2 arguments, stream and line. When they did this example, they're actually, read line is a sub that can pull the stream and line off of the argument list, but it doesn't specify exactly 2. So I wonder what it's actually going to get past. The read line event, oh, it includes the separator character, that's why. I'll include it. It's nicer to be explicit. Connected. Neko. Oh no, it's Neko versus Neko. Who do I shoot? But yeah, we've read some garbage data and player 1 angle. So I'm still getting this garbage data, it's annoying. I'll need to add something to ignore it, I guess. But let's see what happens when we do the banana routine. 60. Windows against us. So yeah, we've then read player 1 velocity, then it's firing it, then we should get a player 2 angle event. Yay! But it's all fine, except for there's a little bit of garbage initially. And I can ignore that with, like, just regex, you know, like, hey, if it's not alphanumeric to start with, wait until it is alphanumeric. It'd be interesting to find out what that is, like if it's a null byte or something. So let's just indulge my curiosity here. Trump line. If line matches something that starts with a, let's capture it, not A to Z, it starts with a non-word character. Then we go and let's also just do like non-word characters sequentially followed by everything else. We'll say gorillas, red garbage characters, garbage equals $1, and we'll reassign line to be $2, the actual good part of the string. Now how do I want to like turn it into hexadecimal maybe, and I always forget how you do this. Perl, I think unpack to hex. Yeah, it's unpack H star is the specific thing I want. Oh, hang on. Unpack is doing the thing I... Is pack for the binary data, or... Here we go. Perl packtute. It's right here in the man pages. Pack and unpack are 2 functions for transforming data according to a user-defined template. Yeah, so unpack H star from some memory address gives you hexadecimal string where we might find this. So we actually do want to unpack binary data that we've got from the socket Treating it as hex. So now I'll actually find out what those characters are. Kill the bot. Restart it. We should get it as soon as we connect. Yes? No? Because it's not sending anything yet. Okay. Can I send a banana event? Gorillas. Red. Unknown character, player 2 velocity. Interesting. It's still not registered that that's not... Well, I was using \W here for non-word characters. It's possible that that unknown character is still technically considered a word character. Because, you know, Unicode. Let's just say if it's not A to Z 1, 0 to 9. If it's not in that range. I think that should be right. Kill the bot. Restart the bot. Reconnect. And a banana. There we go. Red garbage characters FF02. So that's got to be some sort of modem initialization string maybe, or just some artifact of how we're doing the thing. But now we know which state we're in. We know we're waiting for player 2 velocity, or we were waiting for it. Now we're waiting for player 1 angle. We can have the bot listen to see if it's player 1's turn or player 2 turn. If I do a banana 0-0, that'll kill me. And we should get like a game over event. You know what we need though? In the QBasic code, I wrote down an event for like here, it'll do the game restart. But we didn't do an event for there is a particular player who has won, and we want to report that back to Twitch so that we can congratulate the appropriate player. Let's do that. Yeah, if I do this with just player 1, oh, I can't do this. I can't use the keyboard anymore. I coded my way out of that. Let's send foo. Let's send foo. Banana 0-0. Do explosion, are we? Oh, that's not what we actually wanted though. Let's just have a look at the subs. There's probably a explode gorilla function, yes. Causes gorilla explosion when a direct hit occurs. Let's put you back on the main screen because we're done with the pearl for now, I think. Oh, that's neat. We decide who got hit by just comparing the X location to the screen's middle point. Player hit is 1 or player hit is 2. So I want to use some comments here to describe the modifications I've done. Oh, what did I just do? I pressed Control C? What did Control C do though? Oh, it's moving down a page. Of course it does. Yeah, Control C. Control Insert is what I need for copying, and then we paste this into Explode Gorilla. So here we've decided who got hit, and as we're doing the exploding animation, so print to one player. Oh, but you know what? This is like for each round. If we do end up doing like 3 rounds for the actual victory, I guess we'll emit events for both player 1 being hit and for player 1 or whatever winning the best to, like, first to 3 rounds. And then I can code up the bot to handle whichever event I care about. So we print 1 player plus ltrim dollar stir dollar player hit control so for copy. Yeah. Okay, so explode gorilla. We want to find out. Yeah, explode gorilla is player hit. So that's actually interesting. We could hoist that little bit of code out of there. Let's see where we where we call explode gorilla. Find explode gorilla. Yes, yep, we know this one. Where is it called from? Plot shot equals player hit. Where are we? We're in a function called plot shot. So let's find out where that got called. Thank you very much. Yes, that's what I want to look for. That's the definition of it. Oh, no way. Search, just move up again. So this looks like to be, yeah, this is do shot, which is after you've launched a banana. We plot the shot, which is the banana animation. If player hit is 0, then do shot is false. Else do shot is true. That must be breaking out of the loop where you keep asking each player. Is it? If player hit is player num, then player num is 3 minus player num. Victory dance, player num. So that's whoever won. We haven't located the final victory screen though. You know what? It's probably in the main bit of code here. Play game, name 1, name 2, num games. So when we leave play game, that's the end of the rounds. So presumably at the end of this function is the game over screen. Yep. Hit is true if gorilla gets hit. Hit is true, then call update scores, total wins, tosser, yep. Sleep one, next eye. Eyes 1 to num games. Okay, cool. So I need to find out what... Total wins looks like an array, right? So it's total wins for player 1 and total wins for player 2. But where's the, like, exit when we've determined, like, someone has actually gotten to the score target? Eyes 1 to num games. So it's just like... It's just running 3 games if you ask it to run 3 games. And then at the end it's showing you scores, but it's not ranking you like which gorilla has the more score. It doesn't actually care, because like the human can interpret the numbers that it shows on the victory screen. So we actually want to look at that and go, hey, it's game over, but we'll... Yeah, we'll do the logic in the QBasic. Ooh. Let's just make a variable called, I don't know, winning player, and we'll assume player 1 won, but if total wins 2, oh, you know what, we need to have a draw, yeah, okay, then we need to have a draw condition. It's unlikely if we're playing 3 games. In fact, it's impossible if we're playing 3 games. It'll be best of 3. Someone will have 2 or 3. But if for some reason I configure it to do like 4 games, it's possible that both players could have 2 wins each. So I'll just have to account for that here. If total wins 2... Well, okay, if total wins 1 greater than total wins 2, then, and you can do these little inline if-thens with QBasic, which is nice. Then winning player equals 1. Control insert, shift insert. If total wins 2, on the other hand, is greater, then the winning player is number 2. Print winning player, and we'll call it this the victory event. So Alt FS. Yep. Go back to our QBasic, our Perl code, and I'll just write a little handler for that, just as proof of concept. Here we are. So we read the line, we set the stage to line, and we'll do like a self handle event line. It would be nice for message. Because my only way of sending messages back through Twitch is... Oh no, I have a self IRC thing, I believe. Yeah. So... blah blah blah, self-handle event. So we'll have a sub-handle event, self-event, and if event event match. Well, it doesn't matter. Player the victory. Then we can go self RC. I'm pretty sure it's self RC, right? Yeah. Can say message to the default channel, which is my Twitch channel. I'm not going to be running this bot in other people's channels. Oh, but I have to make a new message for it because I updated it to be like... Now, here we go. We can use self-say. I want to add later support for like understanding which Twitch users are connected. Yeah, that's definitely stretch goal. We'll use self-say because that's just plain text and it's nice and easy. Self RC say and we'll put like the username in there, but like when we're tracking users. Else if so this will be like who got hit. I guess, yeah, 3 minus the player number is going to be the opposite player. Were there any other events we wanted to track? Like, there's events coming from the game restarting and asking for the player's input for the name and velocity and stuff. But those will have to integrate when we're actually tracking player actions. Yes, I think we're good here. Oh, I didn't want to click on that. Kill the bot. Restart the bot. Pretty sure I've not missed anything. Yeah, handle events. This will be, I think, the ultimate test. If we get this working, we can call it a night. Been streaming for 5 hours. Woo! And I'll go about implementing the actual boring bits of registering players for the next game and what have you later on. This has been pretty decent. Like, I wasn't expecting to get this far in just one stream. Maybe next public holiday we'll get this going. Who knows? So, did I restart the bot already? Kill the bot. Start the bot. Can I connect when the game isn't running? I should be able to now because it's got the timeout thing working. Yep. Run the game. Oh, we got that error again about too few arguments for subroutine. That's strange. I thought I'd fixed that. This is the event handler for the read line dealie. But it's easy to fix, I guess. We'll just not be so strict about how many arguments it takes. Kill the bot. Start the bot again. Let's kill the QBasic. Tell the bot to connect to DOSBox. Run the QBasic. We read some garbage characters. We read empty string. We have not read the player one thing, which is odd. Oh, we got disconnected. Why the hell? We can send stuff at least, and yeah, we've got player 2 name coming back now. We can just immediately kill ourselves. Banana 00. And there we go, we got a message from the robot. Player 1 was exploded by a banana. Not thrown by player 2 actually though. That's a slight inaccuracy there. We're assuming it was thrown by player 2, but it was not. I should probably put something in there, you know. Player 2 wins, yay. I should put something in there just for that one case where people explode themselves, because it's easier to do than you think. Control break. So it was in like do shot, right? And player hit is plot shot, blah 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 blah. But player num is the currently active player, is it not? So I reckon, yeah, I reckon we've put some code into plot shot, I think. No, it was like the explode gorilla, yeah. But we don't need to have it this deep into the code. We can cut that and go back to, geez, do shot. If player hit was 0, then it's presumably we didn't hit anyone, that's fine. If player hit was there, before we do the victory dance, this will mean that we only get the notification after the exploding animation has played, but before the victory dance gets played, which is fine. So we can go player hit by, and just include the data. Control insert. Shift insert. Player. Player num for the active player. And I guess the bot would kind of be aware of this because it knows whose turn it is, but making it explicit in the event will be nice. Can save that and go to our code here. Perl code, that is. And player hit by player D. My hit, my other is now not necessary to compute. We can just read it from $2. And I'll just put an if around this. If hit other else no message. Their own banana. Now to test this properly I would have to play a full game, but to test the custom message we're putting in here, we won't have to, we can just put in 0, 0. Okay, kill the bot, restart the bot. Restart the game, connect to the game, send Nico. We did manage to get a player one name event from that. I wonder why we didn't on the other chance. Alright, so now we just need to do a cell phone here. Banana 00. And we should get some custom event from the bot out of it. After the explosions. That's a lot of explosions. There we go. So yeah, we don't get the event as immediately, but that's fine. The eventual win condition is on that score tally screen. I think we've done pretty well today. Yep, that'll do it for today, I think. Thanks to everyone who did stop by in person, Gareth and Revindle. And whoever else is just anonymously lurking, that's fine, it's fine. You don't have to engage in chat or anything. It's nice. You can sign up and make an account and hit that follow button. It gets us ever closer to having our own emotes on the channel, which is nice. And thanks to anyone who's put up with a 5-hour stream on the VOD. 5.5 hours almost. I hope I was at least somewhat entertaining to you. We didn't get Poppy for most of the stream, but we did get to see her eat live on camera, which is something. Yeah, I'm going to have a break from all the programming now. Tomorrow is work again, and I have to do actual programming for profit. Programming for, you know, the sake of the company, do the thing. This was a lot more fun, just derping around old school QBasic and some custom Perl code. I definitely can't promise multiple future coding streams, because this took all day, and I did this specifically because we had the long weekend. Normally a 2-day weekend is not enough for me to fully recover and be able to do programming things. Normally games is what you're going to get from me, and chill out sort of dopey games at there. But who knows, I might have more time coming up in the future. Nothing's decided for sure yet. And if so, maybe if you like this, coding streams could be a thing. Let me know on Twitter, or show up next time and say hello and tell me what you want out of this. Because otherwise I won't know, and I'll just keep doing my own thing. Yeah. Thanks again. Have a good night, or whatever time zone you're in, everyone. I'll see you on the weekend, and we can finish off Dishonored 2 Death of the Outsider.